Moving on. Right, I need to learn from this. 7:30 is too early. Two small kids. And kind of got my timings wrong. Sound is better, wicked. Oh, I don't hand dance for money. I need my gloves on. I feel naked without my gloves on. I've still got some cutting. I have got a little bit more cutting to do than I expected. I kind of went a bit too heavy on the design. And then lost track of time. And then I've changed the lights. I don't know if anyone's actually can see. I've got a softer light. So there's a light up here and there's a light up here. So in theory, there's no glare in the middle. Because if I go over to the sides, so it means now I can. So it just means I've got a lot more cutting out to do. So my apologies. And then I had a bit of a nightmare with my. See, this real life, you see. All the hexes stayed in, so I've got to spend a little bit of time doing that as well. So hopefully we can all get on and talk amongst ourselves while I do this. I had expected to be a bit further along in the process. My apologies. I've all reset everything as well, so everything's all sort of shiny and. The Twitch stream isn't working. Oh. I have no idea how to get to the Twitch stream. What did I press then? That's about all I know. Oh, since I've got 3 people watching. Hi Tony! Oh, thank God for that. I was thinking myself I have to go try and do something like technical, which I can't. Not very well. I could lie a little bit and blag my way through it. See, that's much better now. You can kind of see what the label is. So fresh bottle. So I have some super secret new chrome. Ian, Tony, you only get the super top fans discount when you're on to like your 10th body shell. So with this new super secret top secret chrome stuff, I have to do my process differently, which means I've got to do my pinstripes last rather than first. I always do them first, so this is a bit. So I thought I'd do a shell with a lot of pinstripes, so I could try and work it out. Maybe I should find the gloves first before I go too far. I'm actually now keeping my old ones, and I will be reusing at some point. Because obviously, for some reason, there seems to be a worldwide shortage of gloves. Ow, that hurt. Clean guns. If I move my camera around, you can see I put all my old bottles down with my beaded mask down one side. They're all my empty ones. I then have a few more as well. So the mask is still a little bit wet in places. I'm going to try and push through that. Yeah, I use liquid. I use Bitty Design liquid mask. So this is an exercise for me tonight in practicing my reverse pinstripe skills, which is a bit of unknown territory. I thought rather than do something simple, I thought I'd go a bit sort of over the top. You learn more in adversity. Well, I've always learnt more in... Are they flickering more then? I haven't got any flicker at all on this. Because the two lights I've got, well, they're both up in different corners. And then but I have also still got the old light above. But the old light is a much whiter light. And I think this gives a warmer light. It's still, obviously, still a bit trial and error as to what works and what doesn't. I'm getting a better idea of what to do. How is everyone? What's everyone up to? Who's seen that? I've seen the rumour of the new Renault driver. Anyone else seen it? So should Formula 1 actually ever get back? It's quite interesting. No, not that one. The Renault. Who's going to go to Renault? I've kind of heard something. I want to know if anyone else has heard it. And I've heard that Liberty Media are so keen to have him back that they're going to fund his wages at Renault. So Colin on Twitch saying the different light temps are probably confusing the camera. It's most noticeable on the blue cloth. So if I do that, see, I put this is now black card rather than white. No, I've heard, Leon, I've heard differently. It's not going to be Vettel. Chris, that's what I've heard. Obviously, I don't know that from an official channel. I just saw it on the internet and thought, woo! But I will learn from it. I won't come on this early. This is a bit too early. My kids are still being slightly troublesome this time of night. The idea was to come on here with only 10% painting left, cutting still to do, and if anything, I'm more like 100% of cutting still to do. But at least it's all masked. So who watched the whole of my feed of Jan Rosicki show? I've been finding different music to listen to while we're out here, and I've got... Hello, Damien. And I've got a super cool DJ on the YouTube, which I found. I did share him to my own Facebook page this afternoon. Where's dungarees? I want dungarees. Apparently I'm too old for dungarees. All I can think of are the bonuses, because you haven't got a belt or anything like that. We need to do some. We need to pick some colours soon, because I haven't got a clue what I'm doing on this. Because this isn't for anyone particular. I can do what I want. So I will be after some suggestions shortly. I will be with you in a bit. I'm just doing a bit of cutting. Full intention was to have all this cutting done, but I seem to have got. Was it the best laid plans of mice and men? when you make a cut and you think it's not right and you want to redo it again, just do it and then put some crosses where you think you've made a screw up. So when you come to pull it out, you've got a reminder that you've got to be a bit more careful when you come to pull that bit out.
I'm surprised to see your suitcase at the door. Remember the good times, don't you want some more? It's not a perfect love, but I'm dependent. 'Cause I believe in what God intended.
Yeah, what do you mean by car development? You mean as in what? So you can see I don't do a complete cut, I do a series of cuts and make sure they all join into each other. You could probably do with being a little bit drier than this, but it's still manageable. So that section's black. Now, I wonder if this version of this song will get me into trouble, because it's in Japanese. Or at least I think it's Japanese. So those windows are cut out now. Because we're doing chrome last, rather than first, I'm going to do the window frames black. So that would normally be my second job. So I'm going to pretend like I've already done it, even though I haven't. Because the chrome I've got now is not water-based friendly. So I've been told to leave it till last, do it in 3 light coats, and see how I get on with it. So it's not a shameless plug, is it, if I do that? Best stickers in the UK. That was shameless. A bit like I better just dust off all this. Oh, blimey! I would put this T-shirt. I didn't realise I was using one of my branded T-shirts there to get the whatever I was trying to brush off there. I still haven't sold it. Right, I still need to just. That's just a little bit too. Oh, Facebook's just popped up. They banned that bit of music. Oops. This is why I try not to play stuff that's too. I better change this actually before I get into serious trouble because they're just likely to cut my feed off. Apparently that song in Japanese is owned by Sony. I really like that music. That's a shame. Because Facebook seemed to get me into I get into all sorts of trouble with Facebook for music, whereas the other two I don't. Well, not yet. I haven't. So hopefully there's nothing on here that's too. This is a DJ called. Oh God, how am I going to pronounce that? Einmusica. Oh no, no, I'm not even going to try and say that. I'm guessing he is in English. In musica. Oh yeah, in music, yeah, something like that. So this is a trial run of this, as I said, this chrome. So I need some colours off you lot. So I'm thinking dark blue of some description. I don't really know what else to go with it. I mean, I think pink is too overused, even though it works. And then was then thinking a luminous yellow. So I will need some suggestions when I get to colours, because I can never seem to pick colours when it's my own. I'm not. No. It's bad enough me talking. Me singing is no, not happening. Sorry. I can hand dance. Now I've got my gloves on. I feel always nervous. I find this tons easier when I've got the shell planted on a table, and then both my forearms are on the table as well. Do you reckon? Right, so we're going to go pearl blue, which I promise you that is. So I can't do little poles, can I? So we'll have to do like little. Stefano, I haven't let it dry properly. I've kind of just rushed it. So way too much liquid mask. Where's my one that's finished? So I can show you what the difference is. What do I do with this one, shall I? Bear with me a minute. No, where is it? know when you put somewhere something safe somewhere, and you think, oh, I'll come back to that later, and I really can't find it. But yeah, no, that's not. It's not dry yet. I admit, I know that. I was kind of rushed because I said to everyone, "Oh, I'll be here at 7:30." It kind of gave me a deadline to get everything ready, and I must admit, it stressed the what's-its out of me, trying to get everything done, and then have dinner with the kids, and then just throw the kids at my wife, and we come run out to the shed. So I do feel a little bit jealous, bit guilty that I've rushed out here, and she's now suffering with the kids. I don't know what I've done with that. I put it somewhere in here. I can't find it. Right. So it's had 2 coats and a little bit, because I find it always with the spray on, the way I do it with my air gun, it's getting into the ridges, like ridge along there, and then under the rear light as well, and then I find also into there's ridges where I need to make sure I've done it properly, and I just oversprayed it. It's my fault. I mean, I wouldn't. It's not really an issue. It just means I use more of your product quicker. Yeah. You can hear the concentration. I must admit, I got myself slightly stressed because I put this up saying, "Oh, I'm going to paint at 7:30," and then it got shared 6 times. I'm not used to it being shared once, so to be shared 6 times, I was like, "Wow!" Then I got all sidetracked with something shiny. Oh no, I was doing the lights, so I got the lights done, and then I realised I got my timings all wrong to get the mask to dry. So this would have been already and done, but I got waylaid. I'm quite easily distracted. So we have my eye water, and I'll just move my camera down a bit more so you can see. So I've got my eye water. I was going to burp then. Oh, I've had a kebab as well. I got my eye water Eclipse and my Spa Max 3. So Max 3 for detail, then Eclipse for all other bits and bobs. So the one colour I know I'm going to use is white. So the front bonnet lower splitter is white, and then I've got a bit of white coming round, and it's going to come into the boot to the rear brake light, and then back up and round, then up and into the window, and then up to the rear window. That'd be fun. So then I thought blue as the back colour, because I always like to do a dark colour at the back. And that's where I kind of run out of ideas. I was leaning towards yellow. Always be careful dragging a knife over arches, because you're more likely to crack up an arch once it's been cut out. If it was a touring car, I wouldn't. Brown. I have got brown, so I should tag that so the rest of the people can see it. Get some brown on it. Now, are we talking chocolate brown, or are we talking hearing aid sort of beigey colour? I need to know what colour brown now, because I'll have to make it. So that, I know for starts, right, this is white. Depending on which way you have it up, the W is the right way up. So you're going to have a white front splitter, round the arch, up to the door handle, then back round to this part, and then round, and then up to here, and then it's going to come up and round, and up to there, and then up to here, and up to the roof. So that's white. So I need to find a colour to go in there. The main colour is going to come from this point here, zigzag up, and then up the window up to there, and then along and up and into the bonnet. So that's going to be quite a strong colour, so I need to think of that. Orange, red, how about red? Red, orange. And then I think this is going to be blue. So we're going to have blue here and blue here. So I've got to think of a colour for that bit as well, because I think I might do hex there. Hex. I could do hex there as well. I might do that as hex. Right, that might be hex. I haven't decided yet. I need to come up with a fail-safe for when I leave my shed at stupid o'clock in the morning, because I left the aircon on and I didn't find out until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. So that was fun. When I did Jan's shell the other night, I finished at 2:30, and then went to work at 8 in the morning. So when I got in Friday night was a night I was going to have off to myself. I put the kids to bed with my wife, and I went to bed. I went to bed at 7 o'clock in the evening and slept until 10 o'clock this morning. And then I was like, oh my God, my back hurts. I've laid down too long. So I can't win. So, white, black hex, whatever colour we're going to have here. I'm leaning towards red, but like a neon red. That's what I might use. Normally I use 2 coats of mask with a 1mm tipped spray gun, but I've done this a bit too thick, so this is more like 3 coats. It's dry. It's just a bit. It's a bit. Yeah. I could have done it less, but you know what? You know the old thing. Unless if you do it too little, it causes massive problems. So I did more, and then it's just a case of it's just my own fault for wasting mask. So the bonnet fins are good. These, you know, the grills and the bonnets of these, which I really like. I'm going to do these as hex. I think this is an elegant solution because it strengthens the bonnet rather than, you know, some of the shells have these ribs, which cause me massive grief because you have to try and cut through it. Like the new baby shell has like a bonnet crest thing about there, which is a pain to cut through. Well, these little side ribs here, they probably add strength and they look nice. So I'm a big fan of those. So hex. So that's white. That's white. That's blue. Back window frame cut out. That's black. That's white. That's white. I'll get to that because that's going to come up round. So white. So that colour comes up there and through there, goes up the door and then along there. So whatever colour this is, so I could do this bit white. That comes round to there, and then I've got a bonnet crest colour. I'll do that blue. So, what does anyone think about the idea of using? Well, hang on, let's just see what other colours I've got. See my very classy desk chair. Right, so this is my sort of half-used. Oh, I haven't seen. How many? Don't see many of them bottles anymore. Sorry, got you. So I have my secret stash indoors of ones I haven't opened. Got flash change, so that's sort of white stroke red. Flash change red. Could use that. That could be quite cool. This is quite cool. If you can ever find this, this is it's called Hot Rod Sparkle, right? Well, basically, it is. It's the sparkliest thing I've ever seen. It's also the lumpiest thing I've ever seen, so it's an absolute bugger to get through your gun. I didn't realise I had that. It's gold, greens, yellow. Could do. How about ooh. Or is it too obvious? I think a luminous. I think I'm going to go luminous yellow. I want to do it pink, but I think it clashes with other people's. This is supposed to be a bit of a practice. So I'm going to do a luminous yellow, and then I'll do. So you don't look at my top of my ball. You don't really want to see the top of my head there, do you? All that hair. Look at all that hair. Or lack of. So right. I've made a decision. So we're going to go blue. We're going to go blue and yellow. Hello, Matt. Did everything turn? Is everything turned? Please tell me everything's turned up now. And then what I'm going to do inside the luminous yellow is some luminous orange. Does those colours work? I don't clash too much. And then I've got, well, actually, I've got a normal red, solid. Sorry, red, yellow. So that's a solid. That's a solid yellow. Stuff I should have pre-planned before this. But anyway, so those are the three main colours. So let me change my mind now. If anyone sees me pick up any other shades, go, wait, stop it. Right, so we've got this main section in there to do, and this door, and then we're done. He says, not having done this bit. So I've ordered a new microphone. You want some gold? No, I'm using Tony. The main reason for this whole job is so I can practice with my new Chrome. So that might be a reason why I went slightly thicker on my liquid mask, so that I don't peel them off too easy. Come up with that excuse way too late. Because see, I learned to do pinstripes first, and then peel everything else away. The dude that's supplying me with this new Chrome has told me to do it the other way around. So it's a little bit of, we're going to go along and see what happens, because some of the Chrome could end up being black, because I'm going to peel away and see what happens. I always find it much easier to peel the pinstripe first. But it has to. I have to have something calamitous, otherwise everyone kind of expects me to do really well. So try and keep it real by screwing something up. I shall put your comment up on so the group can see. Yeah, but Mr. Superjock, if you've bought the same Chrome as I've bought, Rich tells you to do it last. because it kind of reacts with the pin with the mask, so it'll seal all the joints shut again. So you've got to then cut it back out again. So I'm doing as been told for the first one. And I might try mixing it up after that, but not while I'm live on camera. No. I'm going to completely ignore what someone's told me to do. Sure, I'm very tempted to go back to the larger, the smaller nib for my spray mask. How did you find? Hello, Christopher. How did you find the 0.8 nib? I bet it even wasn't a problem, was it? I'm finding with the 1mm, I'm putting too much liquid mask on. And with liquid masks, you're sort of recommended to leave it a long time to go off, not half an hour. Good, but that's the routine to stick to, Christopher. So now you've got it nailed. Don't change that routine. And thank you for the big up on the paint chat. It's always nice to have a little bit of payback for help. Well, we're sitting at 17, which is good. I don't know what the Twitch is doing. YouTube starts to has come up a little bit, which is nice. I'm up to 55 subscribers on YouTube, and all of a sudden, it's not so much the people watching live. YouTube's very good for people coming back later and watching it, and so I looked on the other day, and one of the videos had like 40 or 50 views, which was nice. So that's the thing that's a bit of a slow burner, and that will creep up. But as I said, I'm not. There's no ulterior motive. I'm not doing this for like must-have follows and all this stuff. I'm just, I paint, I enjoy it, and if this helps anyone, then wicked. If it just tells you what not to do, that's good. Well, that's good to know, because you've been waiting for a week for that. Oh, so is the body shell or the dog no more? Me being personally, I'm a cat owner, so my shells are quite safe. Wasn't a signed one, was it? But the body shells no more. I find old body shells are really good to get barbecues lit, because you can use them as a sort of like fan. So not much longer to go, I do apologise. It was in my plans to have this all done. I know MB Models have got it in stock. I would also try Answer RC. They're very good. They sort my liquid mask out. I find this a very comfortable way to paint, to cut, is to put the wing against your chest, and then you can. It's quite comfortable actually. This is my personal. I'm sure other people will sort of answer this as well. It's personal, isn't it? The hyper rotates nicely mid-corner. See, I've changed car, so I need to relearn all this. I knew what worked with the automatic, so I need to relearn it for the X-ray. The most stable for me is the DBX. The hyper rotates a bit harder mid-corner than the DBX. Twister's got more steering. There's a bit more nervous shell. I haven't driven a baby yet, so I don't know. I have painted one for myself, so I have got one to use. But I love on the hyper you can see the billet marks for the mask, for where it's been made on the mould. Lovely shell. The quality of it compared to, say, the Twister shell is junk, in my opinion. And I would be careful here, so I don't say anything too outlandish. But hello, Steady. I must admit, because these lights are slightly warmer than the other ones. Brian, wait. It's not as easy to see my cut lines. Now, Brian's on Twitch. You can't see Brian's comments. Brian used to race at my local club, which shut 3 years ago, and I managed to nab one of his shells. And he hasn't got any of his old shells, and I have one of his old shells because I like his painter. So I asked if I could have it. So it's absolutely munched. But this is on my hero wall at work. I mean, bear in mind this is going back a good couple of years. The quality of the lights is still really good. It's better than some painters now. Yeah, David, it hasn't got any tank tape on it for you, is it? Although you need to let me know when you want a body show, and I'll sort you one out. I've been deliberately not asking anyone for any work because I want to try and clear what I've got. And your aircon is running in the background, so if you want something, let me know. I did speak to Nigel the other day, and he said the trouble he's got at the moment is he's got so many shells painted, he doesn't know what to do with them all. Because Nigel's been practicing a lot, which is nice. Everyone's got the spare time at the moment, haven't they? And someone like Nigel, who sort of munches the shell at meeting, he's still got all these shells sitting around. Nigel, yeah, that's that one way Nigel will get better, is if Nigel has, like everyone, the more you practice, the better you're going to get. On the Twitch thing, it says I have to get 50 followers or something, or friends or something, within a space of a month. And I think I'm 2 weeks in now, and I'm up to 31. So that could be doable. Obviously, YouTube, you've got to hit millions of people before it helps you in any way. Twitch is a lot more achievable on Twitch. I'm getting used to the platform a bit more now. Obviously, YouTube's the one I understand the most. Or on Facebook. Hi, David. Thank you, Study. I've been putting a lot of effort in with the cat. I'm getting a proper camera, a proper microphone on Monday, so I'm going to sound even more hilarious. There is such a thing. Knowing me, I'll probably just get shy though. This is way harder to see what I'm doing. I wonder, right, it's doing an experiment, right? I'm gonna put on my white light and see what everyone thinks of that. So which one is that? So make sure I don't turn off the wrong thing. Nothing went bang then. Right, so I'm gonna put the white light on, and I'm gonna turn off the other one. Now that's what I was running last time. What are people's thoughts? Now I've got enough people on here. Is that any clearer, or is the warmer light better? I can see my cut lines easier. Right, so I've got one saying the warm light, and then one saying the white light. I must admit, for the moment, I'm going to leave it on this one while I'm cutting because it's much easier. Hey, there's 100 comments on Restream now between the three sites. That wasn't long going, was it? So what's that? An hour and 15 minutes, and it's popped up. Let's get my bumming gear. This is starting to drag. So that's done. That's done. That's hideous. What I do is I'm trying to turn the shell around so that all the cut lines pop out, so I can see what I've missed and what I need to do again, or what works and what doesn't. So we're at the last stages now. It's got to do the rear light, as in the back light. You got your number 11 blades. Oh, I'm slightly jealous. Oh, I'm going to stick with the white light for the moment. So, just do this brake light. I go a bit over the top on these brake lights. I like these because I don't normally like brake lights. I am very envious of the fronty shells. Do you know, if it wasn't for the sheer cost of it, I would try fronting. It's a rather expensive class to build a car for, to see if you like it or not. Oh, just got my second warning from Facebook for music. Honestly, I'm enjoying that. I'll change that before I get into any more trouble. Right, these are a pair of dudes. This is a dude, Dom Dollar, live from Melbourne. This works. That's kind of cool. So it's just a very cool camera angle. Right, let's have a little. How many cars? I mean, obviously we've all been off now for what, 7 or 8 weeks? How many times have you taken your car apart and rebuilt it? Honestly. Now, me personally, I'll start this off, and I'll be honest, I've not touched my car. It's still got its tyres on from its last race meeting. And although I have a carbon chassis for it, to convert it to tarmac, I've still got the alley one on. Although in my defence, this is shell number 43 of lockdown. So in the 8 weeks, and I haven't been painting solidly. Was painting for fun. A bit like these live feeds, they're fun. So I've literally taken the shell off my car and cut and mounted a shell for it, and that is it. I haven't done anything to it. Oh, I did build a Tamiya TT02 as a toy. Hello, Andy. I know of some people that have taken their car apart like 6 times. They said, well, one of them said it on here. What car do you run currently, Morn? Do you run the car that everyone else runs, or do you go with always stick with a certain brand? Because when I joined my first club, it was a case of the majority of the club ran a certain car, so I ran that car, so it was easy to get bits, and they were strong. I've just been donated my first ever car, so I didn't actually have to pay for it at all. Nothing. It was free. He went, I'm going to give you this. And I went, Why? I didn't say thank you. I said, why? And 2 weeks later, this car turned up with a signed box saying, thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work on the body shells. So mine's a T420 with a... Oh God, now it's testing how grey matter. It's not the Kit Alley chassis. It's the... what's the one that's named after the aluminium? Is it Forte? Oh God, I can't remember the name now. Hi Darius. Have you been seeing all of Alex's stuff on YouTube? Very, very useful. And obviously he answers regularly when you message him. I hope he can get back to the level of travelling that he did before this soon. I think that will affect all sorts of things if it carries on for too long. Right, so I think I'm there. I'm just double checking. There's obviously nothing worse than pulling sections out, and this is a new adventure for me, doing it the other way round. We're talking about how many times have you taken your current RC car apart during the lockdown? I've got to think of subjects to talk about, really. I mean, the mask is going on shortly. I can then you can all get away from me talking. So we picked the colours we're going to use for the shell. Well, I told everyone what I wanted to use, because this one is technical terms, a pre-paint, isn't it? It's an experiment for me, which then hopefully someone will like and someone will offer to buy it. Otherwise, it's an expensive practice. Right, so we can now start to hit this with some paint. Darius, that's slacking slightly. That's below other people. I've not looked at mine. Actually, I need to get a manual for mine. Mine didn't come with a manual. I haven't even taken the car apart. It was given to me, and it was professionally built. So if anyone knows Jimmy Madison, they know how good his stuff is. And I don't want to touch it in case I set it up wrong. So I need to take it apart when I'm in a very good, calm, and write everything down so it goes back together like that. Because the last round of EWS, using this X-ray set up by Jimmy, I set my fastest lap of the day in the final. So when my tyres were at their oldest, I set my fastest lap. And I've never ever done that. I've always, about round 4 or round 3, my quick ones. So to do that in the final, I was super chuffed. So, Lindsay, you want me to do pink? Oh. I know, Darius, I know I can get a manual online, print it out on paper, but as everyone knows, the X-ray manual is kind of art in its own right, isn't it? And the manuals are really nice, so I do need to get myself a T420 manual. I did ask RC Disco, and he told me to print one out. So I was like, oh. I mean, it's not something you sort of generally have knocking around. Right, I think we're ready. Yay. As he finds another cat. Right, I'm not stressed now because I've done that bit. I do apologise, I said I'd get this done before we started. So you can see now the mask is changing colour where it's properly drying. So I wouldn't normally do it like this, but I've been mucking around with lights. Not playing with my kids, telling my kids off because they want to kill each other. Right, I'm now going to go back to the other light because I reckon the other light is less shiny. So we'll see another little test. So this is going to be with both sets on. And now I'm going to turn off. All my friends that make these things for me, give them to me with switches on because they know how bad I am at electrics, and I admit that. Because the other night we had way too much glare. I say we, off there. So this one's a bit of a headache, but what's the point in doing something easy? Not going to learn anything. Should make other stuff easier. Pardon me. Keep forgetting I've got people burping out loud. Right. Check for spiders. Well, I've never heard that one. Hair don't grow on knowledge. I don't know what you mean. I just have to pinch that. Right, so no, honestly, mate, Darius, there is nothing worse than putting your mask on, then a couple of minutes later going, what's that tickling my nose? And literally, there was a spider in my mask. It's only happened once, and it sort of scarred me a little bit because I have a sweet beard, so I thought my beard was tickling me, and it wasn't. I would suggest an apron as well. Could have a Basil brush one, look. Bottom there. So I have a little filter moisture trap on the end of my airbrush. But also with a quick fit adapter, and then both my guns have got the same adapter. I don't want to do trying to work out my process. No, I'm going to start with that with my Sparmax. You want one of these stands if you've not got one. So, this desk is actually a pallet, and then under the desk I've got a cardboard box that sits between the pallet blocks, and it's full of old carpet. And so I spray the overspray into the cardboard box under the pallet, and then you can bolt things to the pallet. It works quite nicely. Makes it a bit higher so I can lean, which is nice. Right, so we're going to start off with Detail Black 0051. Oh, that went into focus. Look at that, bang, clear as what's it. So Detail Black. Well, that's the point. This is making me think. Just try and draw the process out even further. Up here, those are my old bottles. I'm keeping my old bottles because I'm going to start making my own my own reducer. So I need some bottles for them to practice with.
Feel baby come to burn.
Just a normal marble. Kids keep wondering where their marbles go from the marble run they've got indoors. So it's a very good test to hear, an audible test to hear when your paint's ready to use. You can also use old top deck screws as well. It sprays so much nicer when it's mixed. Wow. Right, I need to go and sit down for 5 minutes. Right, we can start washing some colour on this now. So in my head, I've already done the liquid mask. Put the teeth back in. We've already done the pinstripes. We're just going to do it, the process a bit different. So I'm learning, you're suffering. Oh my god, that's spraying better than it has done in weeks. I haven't done anything to it. Look how clear that is. So this is the Basil backhand challenge. I don't really see it taking off. But if you can write your own paint tag on your hand while you're holding it, I find it very difficult. So I'm trying to get better at doing that. And that's also a good way of testing to see if your gun's running right. I'm trying to see if I can see, but it's actually, you can see what I'm doing. Oh, I just burped in my mouth. I know the struggle is real. It's like spacemen, isn't it, when they pop off in their suits? So those all screwed up, so I can't use those. They're on my Basil Bs, so I can use the lights. Got the pressure on. it actually quite clear. Look at that. Oh no, this is a. I was going to swear then. This is a tune. Oh, don't. No, what did I say? Oh, no. I'll have to get that back in a second. I can't have that. That better not be Facebook turning it off. Through Sky, because I watch YouTube through Sky, the YouTube is terrible. Right, it cuts out after a certain amount of time. And the only way it comes back is if you go back to start the app from fresh. I can't listen to normal radio, that just through my head and just when you put normal radio on, like Radio 1, it just makes you realise how old you actually are, because you're like, oh, now I see what my dad used to moan at me for, saying what am I listening to, because it's gone full circle, because now I'm going, oh my god, what's that? There's some of the radio, it's just utter, it's noise. I'm not a music snob, but really, I will listen to a bit of all sorts, but not shit. Sorry, shouldn't mean to swear, sorry. Right, so there's loads of different size ovals, all cut, placed at different angles to give you a sort of a false headlight. And each shell's different and unique because they all get laid down a different way. We can only understand what we are shown. How was I supposed to know our love would grow? I still remember a bit of jungle music from when I was younger, and I'm more in dance. The dance is very general, so if I like it, I like it. If I don't, this is my sort of thing. Thank you. But although Darius, I've already got trouble with Facebook once. I get more compliments on my music taste than my painting, so I'm quite happy with that. So trying to get now the other side to match the side I've done already. I just sort of, you put down one side, then copy it. I'm just trying to make sure they look balanced. Right, so this is my process for lights. I'm sure if you came back in about another 2 hours, I'd still be here. If that's the question. I normally average just about 4 hours, so how far am I in so far? Right, who's AJK1972? Hello? Oh, hello. All right, Aaron. Right, so turn the PSI down a bit. I do this, but my regulator doesn't work. That's the pressure, I mean. So I do this by feel. Thank you. I'm trying to tidy it up as I go along, so someone gives me a good idea, I'm like, oh, thank you, and I take it. I take the advice. I've always listened.
I was supposed to go out there for like a semester of college, and I ended up never leaving. It's that energy on the dance floor that I think has, helped house music completely thrive from there. There's definitely like the leftover hippie vibes from the 60s and 70s, I think. It's just a great place to go out. There's something going on every night. People there are fun. It's just, energy on the dance floor that I think has, helped house music completely thrive from there. There's definitely like the leftover hippie vibes from the 60s and 70s, I think. It's just a great place to go out. There's something going on every night. People there are fun. It's just, San Francisco, where's your disco?
Well, nice to know that, Darius, thank you. It is Saturday night, I suppose. I'll be using comb in a bit. I'm doing it last. Yay! So here's the disclaimer, here's the kicker. That's how I do mine. So I've shown you the process. Have a muck around with it. Do your own. We've all got different tastes. And that's currently what I'm doing at the moment with mine. And mine have evolved over the last year. I suppose year. It just knocks me slightly when I see sort of, hello Tim, people need to do their own styles. And I was having this discussion the other night with somebody else, and it's like lights and grills are a painter's signature as such, because that's the one bit that they do shell to shell. You can always know a painter's shell, or because it's the same grill process and light process. So that's my signature there. So by all means use the process, just do your own thing with it. Oh, junk. I'm trying to see if I could save some of them bees. That's a shame. No, these ones I did with the wrong pressure. The wrong pressure on the knife, so that's how you reverse it. You take it off, you put a bit of tape over, pull the whole lot off, put it where you want, get it the right way up. You've got to remember, everything you print has to be backwards. I don't know, Mon. I think you just have to comment a lot. I don't know. I don't think there's nothing I can tick as such. Not many people ask that question, to be honest. Right, so when I do my basils in my bee and my basils, I find it much easier to weed once it's stuck on. Yeah, I brought it in. I don't want to keep promoting another painter, but... Hello, Mr. Hendy. How are we? Hope you're well. Morning, it comes up as a sharer, so that's a weird tagline. But I don't think top fan's far off. I don't really know. If you look on Facebook, it does tell you how to do things. I don't really know. I didn't even know it was a thing. Alright, so let's give you an idea of how big this bee is that we're putting on this this grill. So this is on my fingernail. That's stupidly clear compared to how I normally. I have to improve my painting now because it's a lot more obvious if I've done a screw up. Not that I ever do, obviously. Always, every so often, just check your needle. If it's got paint build up on the needle, clean it off. Because obviously this upsets the flow. You get a sharper line if it's not there. Quite like that. Obviously it's traditionally to have an H there, I suppose, but a B looks so much better. Wow, that's super focused. No, only did it once. Hello Lee, hello Ben, how is everyone? Right, now we've got a little bit of pain here because obviously this got pulled off with all of its hex still in it. So I've got to either weed it or be lazy and use an old one. I can't make my mind up. See how easy it comes off. It's easy just to stick it on another bit of paper. But then obviously you're ruining the lifespan of it because you're getting it stuck to paper. Otherwise it's sit there with a pair of tweezers and what's the term? FML? What I need to do is make sure I get a bit of it clear. you'll be shocked where these little hexes turn up. I'm like, how did that get there? Obviously this knackers the life of these somewhat, so I wouldn't recommend this if you're buying this. Obviously, you need very good tweezers. And generally sharp ones. And some patience. But then again, if you're watching paint dry on the internet, I'm assuming you've got quite good patience anyway. Oh, don't tell me that. I've just spent 40 quid on a new microphone. That was Colin's suggestion on Twitch was to use the speaker from the crappy one, webcam, and the good camera for the camera bit. Brush reminds me of my youth. Hopefully it'll make me sound better. Well, more intelligent, more hilarious. You know, just the obvious. And it's 40 quid. I'm expecting a lot of things. I'm not. It says professional, so I'm like, well, that's me, isn't it? I am Mr. Professional now. But it's a 40 quid microphone, but I could have spent 150 quid, easy. But I can't. It's just this is a little bit of fun, and I've already spent to do this restream thing here. It cost me £150 for the year because I paid for the whole thing up front. And then another 40 quid on a better camera, microphone. So I've spent £200 just to annoy people on the internet. I can't afford to spend any more on it. So once the microphone's up, hopefully that's. Let me turn that down. when this new microphone turns up, that's the end of my expenses, because I can't afford any more. It's just a hobby. I know I don't get any trouble with these ones if I put these on. There's 2 music sets from the... No, Brian, don't tell me that. Don't tell me it's more expensive than that. I mean, £200 is way too much for a bit of fun. Now, if I was going sim racing, that'd be a different matter altogether. That would just be a chair, wouldn't it? Or a pedal box or something daft like that. I'd rather spend it on RC stuff. Right, I always stick my hex on my shelf, because this is all shelving unit here. If you see this bit here, it's a shelf. So I stick it up on the shelf so it doesn't get any more dust in it. Obviously, I've been sticking it on a bit of paper, so it's only got a bit of life left in it anyway. 1,700 quid on a wheel and wheelbase. What's it attached to? A Ferrari? Or a proper car? You take a dash out of a car for that. I've seen someone do that. Right, so I'll just show you the... I can't remember how clear that is. Okay, I got into trouble the other day for saying that too much. Everyone started taking the piss. Oh, got 26 watching. Hello. Where? Anyone new watching? Say hello. Where are you from? When I was doing the Yan shell the other night, and it was I don't know, it was 2 in the morning here, and I said, "Oh, where's everyone watching from?" And I got some very exotic places. I got Medway in Kent, South Africa, obviously, Australia, New York, and Germany. So. Where are you watching? If you're new, say hello, just so I can say hello back, basically. Yeah, Loinsy, I mean, I daren't try a sim racing gear because I'm desperate to do it. Oh, New York again, hello. Yeah, that's you in Medway then. Sorry, I got Twitch as well saying hello. California, wicked. So, I don't know why I just did that. How? Hello, Tiffany. Is that East Sussex? Cool. Cape Town, South Africa. Nice. Unfortunately, Loinsy, I've got to then go buy a computer as well to use it because my laptop's not going to be strong enough to play it. Another one from Cape Town, wicked. Hashtag worldwide again. That's my little joke. Because if you look back on my photos, you'll see that I built this shed from scratch in 2018. And I jokingly called it my world headquarters. Just a bit of fun. But it's nice that everyone says hello back from wherever they're watching from. If you learn something, brilliant. Even if it's just not what to do. So, other people have different processes, and I'm by no means any good at this.
food and drink that you take.
So I just found an odd hex there that I hadn't taken out. Go on then, Loinsy. Price me up a basic, very basic streaming. What do I need? So a pedal and box. What's that? 150 quid? Does the steering wheel, does that come? So pedal and box. Steering wheel, does that come with a gear stick? Or do you have flappy paddle? Paddles. Now, a paddle's obviously quicker than... Sorry everybody, I'm having a geeky conversation about sim gear on Twitch. Because the only problem I have with this software is that I get, because I'm not actually on Facebook, I'm on this thing here called Restream, and it then streams to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So I get all the messages down the side here in different colours from all three platforms saying hello. But Facebook, you can't see any of the messages that I'm getting from Twitch. So that is my only my bugbear, is that you can't, people can't interact with each other from different platforms. So that's the one thing I would like to change if I could. Right, I'm going to use this side of it now, which means I've got to do some more peeling. So this is a case of, just as you can see, it's a lot of layering up. There's a lot of making sure it's stuck down, because getting it underneath it is what you don't want. Oh, can you? You can see the oh, I do. Oh, sorry, I remember that now. But the Facebook can't see the Twitch. So, in a way, you get to see a lot more on Twitch, because you get to see the Facebook comments as well. I mean, if I did, Brian, if I did get one of them Sims, all I'd be doing is Brands Hatch in 1990s British touring cars. Because everyone goes to their favourite era, don't they? And Formula One on sim racing doesn't really... I've tried it, and I find the touring cars more rewarding. So John Cleland's Cavalier would be my weapon of choice. I don't know why, I hated him as a driver. That's just a personal thing. So if I touch screen them, they do come up on the main feed, so everyone can then see them that way. So if I do that, and then hide it again, otherwise it just stays there. And that took me ages to figure that out. I didn't realise this laptop was given to me. I didn't even realise it was touchscreen. I didn't get a manual with it because it was deemed not for repair. I mean, let's be honest, I probably wouldn't have read it anyway. John, wait, well, okay, which Nissan, which one? Because John Leslie was always one of my favourites. The one that, the one that died in the aeroplane accident, the Scotsman. the more I think about it, the more lucky I was to actually see the Super Tourer era of British touring cars. Because I think touring cars has got better, but it's still not a patch on where it was when the manufacturers were there. But I suppose the manufacturers made it worse, didn't they? It's a bit like modern day Formula One. It's not. You can't do it as an independent anymore. Formula One's a business, not a sport. Now, I don't know how I would feel if I was one of the other teams, and you hear that. From what I've heard, Liberty Media are prepared to bankroll Alonso. Now, I don't know how I feel about that, because can you imagine that in football? If, like, the Premier League paid for Southampton to have someone really famous play for them because they couldn't afford them. Mine's gone completely blank when I'm trying to think of somebody. Like Coutinho. Can you imagine, like, the Premier League going, "Oh, we're going to pay for Coutinho's wages and we're going to give him to Southampton"? You know, the rest of the teams are going to kick up an almighty stink. So I don't see why Renault should be funded to get Alonso. I mean, surely he raced for the team. I don't know. It's politics, isn't it? Nice. What year Nissan was that? Probably saw those at Brands. I suppose the obvious one is to say is the Volvo. The BMWs always used to sound very nice, and so did the Alphas going down paddock. It's when they got to the bottom of paddock and then they started to climb back up it, and they were giving it full beans again. That's where I used to sit with my mum. Mum got me into motorsport. We used to sit at the bottom of paddock and watch them giving it full beans back up the hill. If you haven't been to Brands Hatch, it's way hillier than the cameras give it credit. Just really got to walk up the bloody thing. Again, this is just me having not done crap homework and not having this pre-cut. This takes minutes normally. I think, Colin, I agree, Colin. I think, it doesn't show all of the comment. Rubbish. The difference is F1 can't afford to lose a team. Alonso brings in a huge fan base and will put Renault back on the rankings. And not so. Yeah, I do think that Renault are more than likely the next one to go out. And if it does artificially keep the team there, then yes. I'd still be pretty pissed though if I was one of the oppositions, going, "Oi, why are you helping them?" But yeah, the suit. See, that's why I should always check what colour I'm using, because that was white. I was talking. See, if Alonso comes back to F1, he brings Spain with him. It's as simple as that. I've been to the Spanish Grand Prix when Alonso was there, and the place was just insane. I've also been to the Italian Grand Prix. Now that's proper. Don't get me wrong, the Spanish was nice. I've been to the Spanish one 3 times, but the Italian Grand Prix, that was special. It's very difficult to get all the little nooks and crannies. Why is that a bit bright in the others? It looks well different on the camera than it does on the... I did this the other night. Your eye gets thrown on the camera. And when you see it in real life, it's not picking up the same tones. I just use a standard Hobby Knox white.
It's a new life for me. Yeah, it's a new life for me.
Oh, the BMW sound amazing. I remember watching Winkelhock come down paddock in the BMW, and they sounded amazing. It was the BMW, for me, the BMW sounded like it was a rasping note. I mean, all the touring cars now, they've all got the same motor, gearbox. So they've lost their identity as such, like the manufacturers did over in the 90s. And the 90s touring cars, they all sounded unique. So from memory, which is going back quite a long time, the BMW sounded amazing. The Alphas had a bit of a note to them, and it was the Volvos. The Volvos had more of a whistle, but it had a real tone to it. Because that was the TWR Volvos, so that's Tom Walkinshaw Racing. But then again, I remember the touring cars of the early 90s when it was John Cleland and Steve Soper and Tim Harvey, and that was that's before they went with these splitters and wings, didn't they? So it was like that was older touring cars as such.
It's a new life for me. Yeah, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Ooh.
Trust me when I say it's easier to weed on the shell, I think. It's like when I asked a question about microphones on here, I got a load of different opinions. And I think that you're much better off just listening to one person than trying to... I'd already ordered it by that point, which was lucky, because wouldn't have a clue what to have bought having asked that question. Another good way to generate a bit of stick is a bit of heat. You see, Morn, I used to go-kart, so I used to race 125cc Rotax Maxes, and they had a power valve at 11,000 RPM, and then you'd hit this power valve like off a motorbike, and you'd hit up to, I think it was 15,000 RPM. That's a whole level of, because I'm a bit of a rev merchant, I do like a revvy engine, and obviously sitting next to one of those, nothing really compares to it. But yeah, but 9.5 RPM, that's a lot for a car. Always hold it up to a light if you want to see how. So that's why I was holding it up to a light source, so I can see. If you can see through it, then it's obviously not dark enough. Right, I think that grid's going to be junk soon. I normally get probably 2 or 3 goes out of a good grid, hex pattern even. But once you've got your cutter, a sheet of vinyl is £1. So the costs are a bit negligible. After you've bought the thing, the running costs are very low for having a printer cutter. You don't get the time back practicing on it though. I've wasted loads of time sitting in front of the printer cutter. Why won't it work? Why won't it work? Why is it not doing this? Why is that scaled? Why is that cut out funny? And you sit and watch it cut for an hour, and then you realise you've got your pressure wrong, and it's junk. Right, this is the last little bit of the front grills, and we can move on. This is why I was moaning about the other night, saying that you're not a proper painter unless you paint your lights and grills. And I see here there's a slight where the grill's broken. So in theory I could now get my cutter, well I could scratch that out. I'm feeling brave. That looks way dodgier than I thought it would. That's bugging me still, sorry. Just wasn't dark enough. So thankfully I can sort of just rest it back over where it was. There's a slight colour change there, so I'll have to sort out. Actually, it doesn't look that so. It's the camera. It's making it because the tone. That's going to bug me now. So we can speed up a bit now because that's obviously the really, really fiddly bit done. I'm a bit indifferent about my front grille though. I'm not really sure on it yet. So you don't want too much PSI because it will blow up blow the mask off and you'll get paint underneath it. So you have to be quite careful. You can't rush it. Right, I said hex there and I said hex there. I might change that idea. So you have to be careful not to pick up the pinstripes that I've cut. This is a new experience for me. Different process. Because the chrome I'm going to use at the very end is not liquid mask friendly, so I need as much done as I can before I start putting the chrome on. And I thought, well, I might as well go all in, and so I've gone for a lot of pinstripes, which I cut all on camera, which really I shouldn't have done. So this shouldn't be as stressful as it actually is. So I'm learning, and you're getting a good warning. But I'm quite happy to make myself look stupid. I do it regularly. Also, if I make myself look a right twat, then it gives everyone a good warning, and I don't have to repeat myself 20 times. You'll be surprised when people go, "Oh yeah, Basil, I missed that bit how you did so and so," and I have to have the same. I sound like I'm moaning. I am a little bit. Yeah. Right, so we're going to do 3 bits on the roof and 2 on the doors. I don't want to do too much hex because I don't want it to be overpower the shell. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the shading. I'm going to do it differently the other way around. So I'm going to do the shading first to work out how much hex I've got to actually do. It'll also show my shading technique a bit better as well, wouldn't it? I don't actually aim at the area I want to hit. I'm aiming the bit that's still in the mask. So you're sort of like hoping that the overspray hits where you want it. You're painting with the overspray. That's the polite way of saying it. You're not actually hitting with the needle point. You're not hitting 100% where you're aiming because the needle sprays out too much. So you aim slightly off. So if you want to hit it there, you aim here, and it catches it on the outside. It just depends how much you want it to, how wide you want it to be. So most of it's hidden with the liquid mask, which you're going to peel out. So it gives you a much smaller area. So you don't aim what you don't aim at the bit you want it. If that makes sense. In my head that makes total sense, but I'm probably talking absolute gibberish. And obviously where the window frame is black, you don't want to then shade under the window frame because it just makes the black twice as wide and it takes all the detail away. It just looks like you've missed a bit. I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to use my little hex dot, teeth in, speak again, think about it, do it slowly, say it properly. I'm going to use my dot pattern. Dot face by somebody collection. I've had this years. Came from eBay in Poland. And what I did is I cut it into a little bit so I can get it into the, because obviously the main problem is you can't get the whole pattern in because the body shells and the curves get in the way. They expect you to be painting on a flat surface and not something as funky as a body shell. Yes, I said funky. Obviously, I advise people to wear their masks all the time. No, I haven't got any hair. It's just the way the lights. We can't all dye it like you, Alan. Some of us have to just admit it. Thank you. The camera quality is much better. You see my shitty grill's better. A bit of a nightmare on that corner there. You can see I've got to have a go at that later and figure out why that's so much whiter in one corner. Obviously the paint's got underneath it. I'm not doing that now. I'll do that later. I might have to rub that off and start again that little corner. I'm not doing that with an audience. It's painful enough as it is. So we've got the sections out there. Is it a DBX? Come on, you've seen a fronty. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I couldn't put it's that. And that says that's the. Sorry. I wondered what you were going on about then. Then realised you'd actually said it looks the bollocks. Right, so I call this section here the bonnet crown. Hello, Scotty. My friend Scotty. No, Colin, I'm not having another painter critique my work. Thank you very much. Alan, you've been told to go over to Twitch. I'll put the comment up so you can see it. Yeah, I need critiquing. But what basically Alan there is, what Colin is saying is that it probably looks shit on Twitch. Don't know why I'm laughing. This is a lot trickier with the pinstripe still there. I think I prefer my way round. This chrome better be better. I'm winding you up, Colin. So I've got two different grills. I've got a hexy grill, or I've got a dotty grill. Or it's a diamond grill, actually. Let's mix it up a little bit. So these are stiff, so you've got to be very careful to get them in place. Detail black, I'm using my Max 3 Spa Max. There's a smaller tip than my Iwata, which also means that the PSI is completely different between the two brushes. It took me a while to realise that the Iwata was spraying a higher PSI on tip because it's got a smaller bloody needle. But if you keep your... Alright, Ashley. Trust you to say that. But when it's a stiff grill, it means it can't flex when you're trying to, and it can get the paint can get underneath it. So you've got to build it up slowly. You just blast it with like 60 psi, it will just blow underneath. You have to be careful picking it up as well because it will scratch the other bits of paint. Right, that is nearly empty, that's why that's got hardly anything coming out. Try and keep the same angle with the go in the same direction, so if anything does go underneath, it all falls the same way. What show are you doing, Alan? What's the design? Can you say, or are you not allowed to? You would be mentioning it if you weren't allowed to. I must admit the MK9 is probably one of my fun ones. I enjoy doing those. Purely because I've only done two, so I'm not upset with them yet. I still need to get another one for Marmite. I kind of used his by accident. Right, this is a bit more tricky now because I've got to go into a fold in the shell. So this might get a bit of. Might have to do this in 2 seconds. Well, do a bit of shading in it. Oh, actually, that's turned out all right. So it's a Halfords then. I'm not going to guess the year because I don't really know. They've been orange and black for a very long time. Right, let's hope I can do the same on this side as did the other side because that really looked nice. I was quite shocked. Ooh, that's worked as well. Right, so that's cool. Alan, who are you talking about? Ah, I see who's just popped up and said hello. See, no stickers. I put a marble in it, and I'm trying to do the as you suggested, oh Yoda. So there's somebody that's now watching that I consider to be my Paint Yoda, who's the person that I tried to rip off the most while I was practicing and learning. Used to see his designs and thinking, wow. Sorry, I still do. That sounds like I don't. And he told me to I've got to do the pinstripe the wrong way around to how I normally do it. So this is purely a practice shell to practice my pinstripes. Hopefully this will be good enough for someone to buy, but I'm not that optimistic yet. Go on, Alan, you've been doing this for a while. How do you make it so you can see your pinstripe? Do you spray some white over the shell? On the inside, like a dust coat, so you can see all your cut lines pop up? And Richard, if you're there, can you answer that? How do you, sorry, as my internet, as my music starts to stutter. Where is my... So you can hear that is my compressor blowing up and hitting its PSI and stopping. Can't listen to music too much on the radio because I'll get into trouble. So what I want to know, because like now I've sprayed a little bit of white on the shell, a few of the cut lines are starting to pop up and say hello. So do you like dust the shell with a bit of white to see where your cut lines are? Do you know what, I'm going to carry on with that one that I got told off by Facebook for playing. It is what it is. I'm in trouble anyway. I'll just turn it down a little bit. Hopefully I won't get in trouble as much. Yeah, I've got two of them up here now. I've used the two you gave me. You don't know if you can see if I move the camera. No, you can't see them. So I have two of those now. It's a much warmer light than these lights, but I haven't got it aimed at the middle so that it doesn't dazzle the shell, so you can still see my shit grills. That one looks terrible. I'll sort that out, don't worry. I will worry, and I will sort it out. So this is, so we're going to go into, we're going to get into some colour now. This is why, you know, I was moaning the other night about saying that you're not a proper painter unless you do lights and grills. Well, I've done lights and grills. I haven't done the rear light yet. And I'm now moving on to actually patterns, rather than just using a kit stickers and saving me about an hour and a half. Yeah, well, these grills need work. I kind of screwed them up a little bit. I can always get honesty from you, Alan. It's fine. I'll take it. Well, this is where it becomes fiddly, because you see I've now got two different points where my pinstripe joins, and I've got to try and pick it. Wow, that's super fiddly. See, I traditionally do pinstripes first, so I'm not having all this hassle with it flaring up. It's just a different style to what I'm used to, so this will take some getting used to. And there's the added stress of streaming it live while I screw it up. This is where tweezers come in very handy, again. Oh, who's talking? Oh, sorry, I missed a load of conversations there. I should go back up. Who's TGG Mango? You find that Hobby Knox actually makes the cuts go back together. Do I sound funnier though on Twitch? Do I sound more hilarious? It's going to take some getting used to doing it this way round. So all that time just to pick out that. Ooh, Buggy Club owner. Nice to meet you, Michael. So that's the first bit of this. Did I pick out the right section? Yes, I did. Go me. I'm more than capable while I'm talking going, oh look, and then pull out the wrong bit. Really shouldn't have pulled out the rubbed off the masking before I'd finished. Oh no, that goes down into that point. Right, okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself as I'm trying to work out what I did an hour ago. What day is it? One of those. Oh, you arse. Just picked my point off that I'd cut around. Thankfully, because it's fresh, it just... Oh, everyone's talking to each other, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of find that a little bit. People aren't very complimentary of that brand. I don't really know much different because I'm only sort of learning it now as I try other stuff. I just realised I've started pulling out the wrong section, as in like, this is going to be a brighter colour. So that's bad by me, so I'll have to go back and do some... So don't follow what I'm doing now, I'm just getting confused and bemused. This should be the luminous yellow section, not the dick. I would definitely recommend not cutting this live on feed. But I would definitely recommend going on feed, because it does give you a bit of... When I first did this, a huge adrenaline buzz. But you've got to be prepared for a little bit of... got to be a little bit thick-skinned. Not everyone's nice. You lot all are. Oh, is he? Wicked. So that's where that leopard print went. Nice. A man of taste. Always wonder where my shells end up and what they look like after a couple of meetings. The one I did that looked a bit like mushy peas, or the one that... Now, the saving grace of doing... I haven't stopped what I'm doing and gone over and put it all back, is that I know that the darker blue is going at the other end of the shell, so in theory I can protect the yellow that I'm doing now. Oh, this is fiddly. Alan, you do this all the time. Well, what do you want to know, Tim? Do you know what to buy, or what do you want to know? Right, so I've got to do a bit of a design tweak here. It's not until you start pulling sections out you're thinking, hang on, that's going to now contradict into that bit. So I'm going to stop that at the top of the door frame. And I'll do that, cut that side as well. think I'd actually get finer pinstripe this way, because you're spending a lot more time making sure that the all the pins are sharp, are down, and you're not. In my head, this is making sense. Sorry. It just sounds inaudible. Well, Tim, just go onto the Schumacher site and look at the Hobbynox paint. That's a good start point. They do the Hobbynox range. That's a good place to start with, and then it's just a case of practicing, seeing what you like. Hello, Kieran. Hello, Richard. Right, so it's a bit more pulled out now, so you can see a bit more. You get a better idea of what the design's going to look like, because I hadn't really figured out what was going where and what was going to do what, when, who. Hand dancing, sorry. That's going to be white, I think. Because it's a lot on the frontage. It's a lot of roof. Aaron, I think that might be the humming from the speaker. Is it really annoying then? Aaron, I think that might be the humming from the speaker. So it's on a leg. Is it really annoying then? I think that's the speaker. What if I try going back to see how's this mic? If I go back to the other microphone, so if I go to that and if I do that, I've now got myself on an echo. So I'm just waiting for it. Hello, Jason. Do I know that sound? I'm in like a bucket of something again. That's that. The webcam I bought to start with was like 20 quid off of eBay. Argos. That's the microphone. I don't know if that other webcam just got to a certain point where it started to. Yeah, but I'll get the new microphone on Monday. And to be honest, my artwork needs to go in the dustbin anyway, so this I sound like I'm half there. Right, so that's going to be now a luminous yellow because I picked out the wrong section first. So I need to figure out then what's going to go in there. No, I'm going to keep this simple. I don't want to make this too complicated. Well, Tim, talking from a man of experience, you probably experienced that problem yourself, but with a bit more shininess. So I'll take that from a fellow Beard coma, not head coma. One's centre parting starts at the ears. If I can't laugh about it, you'd cry. I might actually should I do a bit of shading now? No, because the black shading always looks crap against the high bright colours. Oh no, it is a coincidence. Do you reckon this is some sort of like what's the word where it's subtle? It's God, my brain. Because it's been sitting there, I haven't even thought about it consciously. I'm now doing yellow and blue, and this is yellow and purple. Subconsciously, that's the right word, that's what I was thinking of. What? Yeah, mine's bald by choice. I could have a wicked tuft if I wanted. What do you mean? Oh, we've been collecting 2 litre bottles to practice on. Oh, I see. That makes sense. I could just do Brian's colours on the fronty. Shade the points a darker colour than what you're going to fill it with. It doesn't make sense. Well, it might do, but not to me. What do you mean? You're talking like Yoda speak, where it's like kind of backwards? Tim, these insults are amusing. Sorry, Alan, I'm completely lost. You've done about 30 shells for Shane in the last couple of months, and I don't know which one you're going on about. I'm going to turn my heater off. My shed is absolutely boiling. See, aircon. Thank you, Glenn. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at these. You're being rude. All right, go on then. I'll listen to you lot. So, what, a dull red or a? Because I'm going to use fluorescent. Do you mean like a dull red, a dull yellow to start with? If filling the yellow, use a darker yellow on the tip. What you could do the other way around. What I was going to do is I was going to spray the whole thing luminous yellow. Then I was then going to go around it and shade it with a luminous orange. That way, building up through the yellow. It's just an easier way of doing the same thing, I think, is what you lot are getting at. I'm going to do it my way, and then you can all tell me off afterwards. It's brilliant. It's wicked. It's amazing. So, which gun am I going to use? Right, put my guard back on, because you don't want to stick your finger on the end of this when there's a point. Alan, I'm not opening a message when you're telling me to look at a purple tip. Sorry, not doing it. I'll open a message if it's a body shell, but if it's a body part, I'm going to be seriously upset. Right, so you've done purple into blue. Is it purple? My way is the Yoda way, so it's backwards basically. I like the shading off underneath at an angle to make it look like it's floating. That's kind of neat. I might have to pinch that. So you didn't actually put the shade under the point. You've done the shade to the side. Look how clever he is. Look. How clear is that? You can see that's really clear. That hole, though, is a bit different. But that looks wicked. Hey, Alan, I've just got you another couple of likes. If you can find Alan, Mitzi Paint, he calls himself. I've been telling Alan what not to do for ages. And then he's got his wallpaper, which he probably doesn't want me to show you all. Look at that. How classy is that? I'll skip past the Mankini picture, I promise. So I won't show any more. So you've done purple in the point into blue. Yeah, yellow and green. I'm going to use yellow and orange because I'm still going to do my way, and then because this is just a practice, and I want to see what it does. But yes, the wallpaper looks good though. Do the purple tip first. It's the shading works. It's to be a light shade, right? Yeah, but I'm doing luminous yellow, so I don't want purple. But yeah. So I use an old paintbrush. I put some reducer in there. Mix it all about. Spin around 3 times. Try not to get it all over your desk like I've just done, because that's a brand new sheet of board. I picked this up from a very well-known art shop, mine, this morning. No, yesterday actually. I pinched it from work yesterday. Yeah, I'm going to do, but I do it with the orange first, the yellow first, because obviously the orange comes through the yellow. I just find, because I find shading in neon colours, neon? There's a joke. There's a play on words. I find shading in neon colours neon impossible. Yeah. Tim, you've got this Yoda speak absolutely dialed. At the moment, I'm just using up my stock of what I've got left over. But what I did, I'm being a bit of a pikey. I cleaned a brush for a customer at work, and I just dumped the whole of this. I dumped the whole of a pot in a jar, put the airbrush in it, cleaned it, then strained the cleaner, reducer, and put it back in the jar and brought it home. So it stained black. So I haven't had time to make, I told you I haven't got time to make my own one yet. Basil Brush Flush. Alan has a 20% stake in Basil Airbrush Enterprises. Well, water does the same thing, but the reducer stroke cleaner just gives it makes it just a tiny little bit cleaner. So shiny, shiny, shiny. Oh, it's K-Pack. Oh, I turned off my feed, so I can't see who's watching. Sending me dodgy pictures. Right, so now I can still see who's. Oh no, I'm miles behind. Why is that? Right, so luminous yellow, a good mix. There's good marble in there. Let's see, Tim, you don't get them repaired, you just buy them and buy another one. The problem spraying a bright colour after black. Takes a couple of seconds to get the shade right. But I thought I had that clean and that was coming out almost green. That's better. Let's put my glove, let's put the mask back on. I can whack the PSI up a little bit. This one is an auto air because I just bought a job lot. I just bought 120mm of it. Right, obviously you do that last, but because I was talking and not concentrating, I've done it first. It always looks green on webcams till it's packed, then it turns yellow. Ah, it's a secondary hole, isn't it? There's a secondary cover. Dick. You always get the cap, and then you get inside of it's got a secondary seal, where it comes factory sealed. Okay, getting paint all over my table, useful. This will look like a painter's radio in a couple of weeks. Sorry, days. What am I going on about? It won't stay pretty and nice for long. You just get covered in. That's why I keep a paper sheet over the top. What this is you know in baby cots you get like a toweled like rug or something to tie against the side to stop the child banging their heads. Well, that's my son's cot cover or protector, folded in half and then a tissue wrapped over it because obviously he doesn't need it anymore. So that's an old cot cover protector. You could use an old towel. I just like to lean on something. It doesn't feel too solid. Right, so now orange. I did marbling a couple of weeks ago. Can't say I enjoy doing marbling. Darkest colour, wrap up a lump of tissue in some cling film and then just attack it right before it dries. Then do your light colour, then back it with chrome. I can't say I'm a fan of marbling, mate. I don't like the finish and I don't like the process. I'll do it, I personally don't like it. It's amazing how you can see it through at certain angles. I can't really see it. It's on way too thick. I'm just amusing myself now. Right, I've not heard this music set, so I don't know if there's any swearing in it, so sorry if there is. Of course, it's going to take some getting used to learning this.
Hey everyone, welcome. Firstly, I hope you're all safe at home at this crazy time, and I hope we're able to bring a touch of positivity and a smile to your face. I'm not usually a mic jockey, but as I have a couple of guests joining me for this time round with some live performances, I thought it was best that I introduce them for you. First of my guests, as you can hear in the background, is
Fast forward that bit because he's talking bollocks. As you can see. Hello, Jeff. I use a silhouette portrait, and you can pay for a subscription to it, but it's completely irrelevant. You don't need it, the subscription. All I've got, it keeps on saying, "Oh, do you want to pay?" No, I don't want to pay for that. And I've had the same cutter now for about 6 years, and it works fine. It's just a bit of their way of generating more income. Just ignore it. I use a silhouette portrait cutter, and all I do is I screen grab what I want off of well-known Google, and I then put it into the printer cutter, cut what I want it, work it all out, and then print it off. Bosh. I've never used any of their paid. It does annoy me when they have all these. Because I probably made a boo-boo buying this service for streaming. It was very expensive, but I couldn't do what I wanted to do. I wanted to stream to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. And it's cost me a small fortune. It's roughly 200 quid to sit and talk to you like this. Once I got the microphone I'm going to get. The software is as good as the person using it. So I practiced tons on it. Well, I'm still not any good at it, but I have figured out a way of doing it. So take my mask off. I figured out a way of using it so that I can get away with what I need to do. I need to change this before Facebook tells me off for playing something popular. Let's see. Oh, so I wasn't fishing for work, but thank you, Mom. I'm just trying to explain the process, what I've gone through personally, what I've had to pay to sit and talk absolute twaddle to you lot. Depends on what way you catch the light. The orange pops up. I've oversprayed a tiny bit there, which doesn't look that bad, but yet again the camera is killing me. It's making me making it look way worse. I think it's also the lights. Also, they don't. I use the same software that comes with mine. Mainly because I'm too stupid to use anything else. I've kind of figured it out now. Right, so we're one step closer to Chrome, which has been the whole point of this exercise. So in theory, I could take this all out now and do this white. But I want to do the blue now, which I should have done to start with. But I got talking and went, oh, look, shiny, and missed what I was supposed to do. Hi, Tony. Tony, you're going to lose top fan status if you keep going away and coming back. It's not acceptable. So this is what I like. See, everyone else now pops up with little bits of information that I didn't know, which is useful because I never claimed to be particularly smart. So I like watching paint dry. So other people now helping each other out, which is brilliant. Building a little community, wicked. I'm kind of honest when it comes to my own ability of brainless powers, or lack of. Right, so that is going to be white. That's blue. So that comes off of there. So that's white. That's blue. That's pins again. Right, now we're doing the darker colour, which we should have done to start with, but I got sidetracked. As a different way of like pinstripes last, I reckon I'm going to get a better finish actually once I figure it out. Because at the moment this feels like I'm painting left-handed. It's probably doing me a favour. I love the way github.com. I'm not clicking that. What's Git Club? As a running theme here, Glenn. That's the second time you made me laugh. Yeah, I don't know all these things. I'm a bit backwards when it comes to the internet. I'm not going to say what I learned first on the internet. See, I was the last generation at school that didn't really have computers. I love Git Club. No, they're not burning my head. I'm keeping my head well away. It just burnt all 3 of my brain cells and all 4 of my hairs. Well, I do need to get myself a better hat this year. I have to kind of admit defeat if we do actually have a summer outside. I do not have the follicles anymore to protect one's matter. Right, so I've decided I'm going to do this bit blue as well, because I can. As I said, this shell is purely an exercise to see if I like the chrome. So you have to wait to the end for my opinion on it. I still haven't said where it's from. I don't think it's fair to start saying what it is if I don't like it. Although I'm not allowed to anyway, because it's not on general what's it yet. But all I know is that it's not water based. It's not liquid mask friendly. So I have to get my process the way I've been told. Alan's been using it for ages. He's had much better shiny chrome than me. So is that supposed to be So there's a bit I've missed, so I'm just double checking what I have fucked up. Excuse my language. That was a bad swear word there, sorry, I apologise. I've been trying not to swear. Well, the chrome I have been using up to now, the world's most expensive chrome, which is, if you want to Google that, Dave, is Quicksilver. So it's 4104 Quicksilver Auto Air. And sit down when you Google that, because you'll be shocked how much that costs. To put it into perspective, a normal white is same size. That's £8, roughly. £44. And I use one of these a month. So I've got big hopes for this stuff, because it's a bit more reasonable than that. Gun hates it, hobby knocks. What, it actually, what, it knackers all your seals? I'll put it in my iWater then. Is that what you mean? I'm actually going to do this section here in blue as well. which I should have done way earlier. Just been sitting there trying to figure out what colour to do it. What I am also going to do is I'm going to put a new blade in, because that one's starting to get a bit, I can feel it's getting growly. Obviously the only bit that gets used is the actual tip of it. Another packet. I've got one packet left of number 11s. So this is why I'm, Glenn, this is why I'm doing the, I've been told to do liquid mask pinstripe last. So it doesn't upset the, well, for starters, anything really, because it's the last thing to do. I think this is actually going to be quite good. I think that my quality of work tonight might be a little bit below what's it, because I've kind of rushed and was a bit frazzled. But this way round could be more entertaining. At the moment it's way harder and much slower, because I haven't really done it before. But if we all gave up something because it was hard, we wouldn't get anything done, would we? Because I don't like when someone tries a body shell. No, shit, don't use it. How many times do you run it for? Oh, about 5 laps. It's like, well, yeah, but you can't judge it on 5 laps when you've been setting that car up for a few months on that other shell. Sorry, I just went off on a tangent there. Tony, it sounds like you're my new best friend then, if you can get me all those sort of things. Right, can't rush it. I just realised that. You try and start pulling out too much and it just goes to shit. Right. That's actually looking quite good. I'm going to do my flicky top secret blue in this. So I will ask you to all turn away when I do the bit that I'm a bit protective over. I'll trust you all to turn away though. I'll just look at my bald spot for a bit. Actually take your eye off what I'm doing. Oh, that's complicated. Now, if I scrunch my eyes up and then get out of focus slightly with them, this looks really good. If I hold it about there, no, still got to do that bit. That's better. Let's tidy that one up. This is bizarre, because this is I can tidy up my pinstripes like I haven't been able to do this before. I can get them to look more uniform. So I'm going to give this a double thumbs up, but that one's higher than this one. Oh, sorry, I missed all the ball jokes. Just scroll back up. Oh no, there's nothing funny, it's fine. Yeah, sunglasses in the evening, that might be a bit odd. Yeah, it's the hat that's given me male paddle baldness. It's not hereditary or anything. It was the hat. It was. And I seem to, as I get older, I seem to be more intolerant of being cold. I just don't like it. And going around without any hair, it's quite noticeable. Right, I'm going to pull that section out of blue as well, because I was wondering what to do there. Ooh, this is starting to look nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound surprised there. Oh, this is looking how I meant it to. Not that I've completely winged this. I have. I don't. But, you just got to do it as each section as you got to keep the same constant angle so that it looks right all the way through. And it's just, unfortunately, it's a lot of time, because you just got to do. You got to get it. You pick a point that you think the sun's going to be hitting it, and then just do everything in shadow from that point. So don't just do like shadow, 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 because there's no continuity to it. You need to pretend that there's a light, say, at the front of the car, and so everything that's casts a shadow, you do a shadow. You can't have like shadows top and bottom, because then it doesn't make sense. So just make a physical, give yourself a physical point that you think, oh, the shade, and then just do all the shading. So you'd shade under here, you'd shade under there, you'd shade around there, but not on this top edge. It's, yeah. It's just getting it to look right. I mean, it's your eye. If it doesn't look right to you, just change it and do it again differently the next time. Learn something from I was going to swear. Have a happy accident. If you've had a screw up, learn something from it, and then do it again and try and better it next time. That's why I love doing shells, because I always make screw ups, and I try and learn something each time, and I learn way more from a screw up or an arsehole of a customer than I do any other time. You get that 1 in 100 customer that's an absolute bell piece. You learn a lot more from that person. Yeah, a ball's up. A Basil up. Or a fox hunt. There you go. Yeah, I do. You do learn a lot more from adversity, I think is the word. Yeah. Sorry, Colin picked up on that. I was hoping that no one would notice. A happy little incident. Well, that's it. It's did it. It's a very. Oh, that's a very relevant point about the Bob Ross quote. A happy little accident. Try and twist something into a positive, or something passable. That put it right. This is shell 100 and something. You're unrealistic if you think you're going to win on every body shell, on every job. You're not. You're going to have a customer that you can't do anything right for, or a friend you can't do anything right for, and you just got to suck it up. Get it done so they're happy, or give them back something so they're happy, and you can move on, and then just chuck it in the fuck it bucket. I've got a really big one of those. I'm talking through it now. It's called a shed. So you learn way more from that awkward customer who was all sweetness and light at the start, and then you get one thing wrong for them, and you might as well have just burnt your money and your reputation, because that one person will just, you can't do anything right. I've got something similar happening at the moment, but I won't go into it. Exactly, Colin. Right, so we're going to do now, all the bits I've peeled off now are going to be blue, but I'm going to do my super secret technique, which I'm now going to move one of my hero shells. I don't want to get this. This is my hero shell, by the way, so when I refer to that. Exactly, it's a fuck up. It's not a fuck up, it's a learning curve. I'm still learning. And anyone that says they've got this polished, apart from my bald spot, is lying. Or your head in general, Tim. Obviously, I wouldn't be this brave to say that to you in person. Right, so now this is the super secret technique. I have the bottom. I cut the bottoms off my old bottles. And I've got an instant little cup. So I'm going to take an old knackered. I got sent this by accident. I don't know if they sent me this by accident or if I bought this by accident, but I never remember buying this. Detail black magenta. It's got ever so slightly red hue to it, so it's good as useless for what I want it for. But it's near enough black. Detail black magenta. I don't have any record saying I bought this, but I opened it before I realised, and I had 3 bottles of the stuff, and I was just like, for sake. It has just got ever so slightly got a colour to it that's not black. Right, so this is the super secret bit. So if you can all sort of like close your eyes, or I'll just do that so it glares. And this actually gives good colour in the neon as well, because when you then back with the white again, you'll get different colours pop up in the neon. But obviously I didn't want to do the neon before I did this. But it is what it is now. So I'm just going to make a happy accident. Right, so go on, I can share it with you now. You can turn around. That's called the Basil Flicky technique, Mark 500. Thank you, Tim. I'm sure it wasn't a reflection off of your screen. This camera's wicked. This wouldn't have shown up on the other one. Yes, I deliberately did it this end. Might as well just go full, own it. So you can just about make it out through the white. So when I put some more white on the back of that, that'll pop up even more. So you can change some colours in it. So I've got to own up to the fact I made a screw up there. Ooh, Facebook, I've got 17 people watching. Hello. I hope you all averted your eyes and didn't see my super secret Basil flippy technique. It is a great camera. It just makes me look like I haven't got any hair. I don't know why. Must be some sort of flaw in it. Right, so now we're going to do some super shading. So again with the black. So finger over the end, bug wash it. You're just dislodging all the bits of colour that are in the tube. All three of my chins moved then when I shook. I take the cap off for detail. You can get a much finer point on the you can leave the cap on for larger areas because it gives you, it makes it a bit more opens the area up slightly you're aiming at. But when you're doing detail, you generally take the cap off. Try it. You might find that you'll get a much sharper point. But careful when you try and stick your finger on it because it'll hurt. And if you drop it, don't swear at me. Because obviously it's a knackered tip when you drop it. When I'm also good, what happens is the tip also gets paint dry on it. So I'm always picking the tip anyway to pick the dead paint off, or dry paint. Hello, Rex. Oh, it's a cartoon, mate. Where are you from, sir? Got a cartoon picture as his profile. So we're slowly getting there now. Glenn, I use a Badger 9 litre silent running oil filled compressor. Now, 9 litres is fine for me, but in the height of summer, it does struggle because it does thermal cut out occasionally. But that's more because I've been lazy with maintenance and haven't cleaned out. Because you have to keep because it's taking moisture in all the time. The moisture sits in the bottom of the tank, and it obviously reduces the capacity size because the water doesn't compress. Well, it reduces the compressed space. So every so often you have a little drain plug on it, and you pull out this crappy water that's in there, and that's why you have a moisture trap there. So just clean your tank out every so often, and the 9 litres is fine. Yeah, Morn, is it music you can actually cope with though, or is it tunes that you can't stand? Because I used to live somewhere else, and the neighbour had a Thai girlfriend, sorry, wife, and all the other Thai brides used to turn up at this house on a Saturday night, and the husbands would turn up, drop them off, and then come back the next day and pick them up, and they'd party till like 4 in the morning, playing the worst music ever. Oh, karaoke at 4 in the morning, just makes me cringe thinking about it. Thankfully, I'm now at the end of a terrace, and the only people we upset are our neighbours because my kids are so loud. My son can't talk, he shouts constantly. It's like, dude, stop it. And whenever he's happy, he does a dog ruff ruff, which is kind of cute, but it grates after a while. Right, we're going to hit some blue in a second. Then we've just got the white, and then we can do the chrome bit, which is the bit I've been really interested to do. Oh, that's all right then. He's got some taste. If he was playing Dolly Parton, then you'd have the right hump. Not that there's anything wrong with Dolly Parton, but not at that time. It is Saturday night though, isn't it? So it's a little bit excusable. It's not. It is. Could be. Does he play music all week though, or is it just a weekend? Does he bash them out? Sorry, bash the music out. So I keep the reduced black just for spare. So to make sure I don't pick that one up when I want to do detail, because it'd be way too reduced. But it's good for backfilling anything. Backfilling is not a word. Shading. Large sections. Obviously, the thing that takes the time is the changing of colours. If you've got the luxury of having 2 brushes, it does speed the process up massively. Otherwise, you've got to suffer the colour changes constant. Right. Mouse gone because we're going to be spraying some blue. So this is pearl. This was pearl blue one day. It's been reduced and I find the more reducer you put in, the more funky the colour you get. It's almost like upset when I open a new bottle because the blue's a bit dull. So it's me not concentrating. I had this trouble the other night. This blue's got it's very old, so it's blocked. I find you get a cooler colour if you don't have it all the same. Like uniform all the way over, because I'm now going to put some chrome behind it, and that will change the tone, give it some depth. Now, I remember I put some glitter in the blue, didn't I? And it's obviously gone back through the gun the second time then, blocked it up a little bit. Almost. Same thing's happened to the camera again. It's happened last night. The contrast has gone nuts. It's washed out that yellow massively. That yellow's really bright. You can't even see it. See if I move the camera further out. Oh, you can really see me. You can't see. If I move it like that, you can see how bright it is. The contrast has gone absolutely nuts. Look at that, look. I think that's the camera. Putting my hand over that did generally work, didn't it? It's toned it back down a bit. I see that orange dot there, that's going to annoy me. Ashley, you can do one. Tell me what I look like. People know what I look like. That's it. What do you mean? Oh, I know what's going on, because I've seen the screen thing of your Kings of Clubs. the little video you've done for that, because it come through as an email today or something, and you can see that someone's been eating quite a lot of chocolate while they've been not working or exercising. People don't want to see my face. Things I do. So if I do that, so hello. I look like any person walking down the high street at the moment. Right, so bright light, then white, then chrome. Then we're finished. I'm kind of excited. How's that something I can adjust though, Colin? So this is normal chrome. Well, I'm not going to miss the taste of this. Yes, I said taste. To get through my mask, I have to hold my breath. More homework. I'll have to look at that tomorrow. I've got time. I've got to take the kids to the park first thing in the morning, so up early. So we drove past the park today to go to drop off a cake that my daughter had made for my mum, to grandma, and the park was absolutely rammed with people. So we're going to take our kids on there, because their bikes, they can't really ride them around the garden, so we're going to take them around the park tomorrow, but stupidly early, so that while everyone's at home, hopefully. I can't play on any of the kids' playground stuff there, but they can at least ride their bikes around a bit, stretch their legs a bit. They're starting to get really aggy now. Like me. Although I'm still incredibly busy, because I'm doing all these stupid body shells and going to normal work as well. That work's not open. So I'm doing all the odd jobs that I've been trying to avoid for the last 20 years. wet the PSI up a bit. This is still a detail brush, so this is still like pulling hen's teeth, trying to do large areas. I don't want to do large areas. I'm just trying to fill in the bits I should have done to start with. I always leave the wing clear. So normally I do this in my iWater, but I want to try and localise what I'm doing so I don't ruin the bright yellow. See how that's given the blue a slightly a different depth now. I've never ever painted the rear wing. Purely from a point of view that I think it gives a really weird. I don't think the rear wing is in scale with the car. It's like sticking a Pikes Peak rear wing on a British touring car. The scale doesn't work. So I like to keep them clear, so you don't see them. But yeah, I can imagine putting a white wing on it would brighten it up massively so you can see it. But I'm looking at the bit of track I should be on rather than the bit of track I'm on. So it doesn't really matter to me. I'm just about 2 foot away from where I was aiming anyway. Right, so now we've got the rear light to do. So now it's a case of just peeling out sections, if I remember to cut them all. The answer is no. I thought I'd done this. I find that it's peeling out the same, peel out both sides at the same time. That way then you don't muck up, because it's symmetry, isn't it? There's a lot of detail in these rear wings on these bitty shells. I do like these. I don't normally like brake lights, but I really like these because they're a bit different, I suppose. Well, it's true though, isn't it? I mean, well, especially in my case, where the car should be and where the car actually is are two different things. Turn that back down. I quite happily admit that I'm not where I want to be, but who is? So I'm quite aware that I have limitations. I get told them enough. I'm going to do the same trick I do at the front end when I do the lights. White bit of paper means you can now see your shading a bit clearer. Yes, totally. It's all about picking out the patterns at the right way so that you can then shade them and then pick out the next bit, and eventually it'll build up a nice design. Or one hopes. No, you'd be very upset. You'd get me all that way to South Africa and then watch me drive, and you'd be like, "Oh, I feel like my painting really." You'd be very underwhelmed when you finally saw it. Although I can't really lie on a camera like this. Oh, hang on. Last 2-3 bits, and then that's lights done. So then that's all going to be bright red, so that's going to really pop like a what's it in a minute. So this is the other end of the paintbrush. And that's going back in the pot, because that wasn't really a lot of reducer and there's still a lot of paint in there. But obviously I buy I buy everything myself, so that's like a £6 pot of paint to me. Well, each of these colours is £6. Actually, I'll use the older one. Right, this is the last sort of major bit of colour, and then we're on to white, and then we're on to the chrome. But obviously the black is you have to really make sure you got the gun clean after using black. Especially when I want to go for a high bright red, any bit of black in there and it'll dull the colour down. Oh, it's the straight bits I struggle with. so this should pop now. So it's a slightly different colour there because it's got some more. It's got more black in it at the moment. That will calm down as it dries. When I get some backing on it. The camera makes it look well because it's a lot brighter. Oh, you're killing me. Hairdryer's thermaled out. Gonna need a new. Oh, knackers. It's not even that warm. I'll leave that a couple of minutes, it might calm down. I don't need a new hair. Getting a hairdryer is a massive pain. Right. So now we've got to pick out the white. Hopefully the hairdryer will cool down now and I'll be able to use it because I need that in a minute. Right, so I'm just familiarising myself with what I've got to peel out. Once I get the hang of this painting this way round, I think this pinstripe's actually going to work better this way. Because I used to paint pinstripe first. But it's going to look rubbish if I just rush that last minute. I should take my time. Although this is this is generally the bit where you're tired, and I like doing all the stressy, awkward bits at the start when I'm with it, rather than when I'm half dozy and I'm trying to pick out the bits that are important now. I much prefer doing the important bits when I'm sharp, well, sharper, if there is such a thing. I'm quite pleased I overdid the liquid mask, so it's nice and solid. But I should have done it when it was a bit drier. Because that was Mr. Bitty's only comment was, "Oh, your mask's a bit pink." I was like, "Yeah, cheers." Whoops. It's like the mask has actually healed itself in places. Yeah, I completely agree. It's way too easy to put too little on and then suffer massively. If you put loads on, okay, you're just wasting your mask. There's no detriment to it, like doing it too thin. You know what I said? Happy accidents. Yes, it needs to be a lot thicker than normal. But also, where the blues hit the yellow and the orange, it's turned it green. So it's giving it some flipping wicked colours going up the door pillar. Sadly, it's not obvious from the outside. It's a little bit. It's a little bit green. It's, the problem is I don't know how thick I need to go on the white. Normally I'll be dusting this end so that it keeps the weight down. But it is what it is at the moment. Right, so, which one's which? So, I'm going to do the detail. I'm going to do the chrome in my Iwata because there's no seals in it. So if it does eat anything, it's not going to eat anything, if that makes sense, because this is all metal. The Sparmax has some rubber seals and things in it. And if this does eat through stuff like I'm expecting it to, then the Iwata is the one to have. Because it's all metal. If you can afford one of these are the best brushes. But I think that the Sparmax is as good for detail. Now, this is the bit I'm excited about. There is such a thing. Right, let's see if my hairdryer works now. Hey! So what happens with these is they get all the paint goes through them, and it condenses inside, and it makes it. So I've been trying to break out the back of the seals of this so that it can take a bit more air through. And not puff up. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's been a long time since I've burnt out a hairdryer, let me tell you that. Well, not actually when it comes to painting, but in real life, I don't really need a hairdryer, believe it or not. See? Just get 3rd-degree burns on my bumps if I did that. Right, I'm actually quite pleased with this so far. Bear in mind, I've made this up with your help today. See if I can do that thing with my hand again and see if it helps the exposure. It worked, didn't it, to take the exposure down? I learned something there. It's looking quite good, isn't it? Well, sorry, that sounds slightly big-headed. It's looking reasonable. Let's see what it looks like when we peel off. See what the horrors are underneath this pinstripe. Because you've got the beauty of a pair of tweezers, you can right a couple of wrongs if the bits are blown through. So who? Be honest. Who does it this way round anyway? So the pinstripe last. Anyone going to own up to doing it this way round, or do you do it? I don't actually know if this is a traditional way, but the way I've always done it has been pinstripes first. Get them out of the way. Definitely easier picking them out now because there's nothing else to ruin. But it's having to avoid them the entire paint job. Because normally it's pick once and then you're all right with everything else. Everything else just peels off around it. Whereas this way you've got to make sure that this one doesn't pick it up and that one doesn't pick it up and that one doesn't do this to it and that one don't do that. So this needs to be some sort of payback to it. Because there's a process. It's a very much more painful doing it this way around. Ashley, are you just there just to like smart comments, just like ever so often? I always do pinstripes last. Do you? How many beers you had? You've had more chocolate. Talking about mild trolls, Billy sent me a picture of somebody that's just freshly deleted me, and they're picking up a new painter, so that's quite cool. I just found it odd that I got deleted, and then the next day I got a friend's request. That's what I'm more about. I don't understand how that works. Is that so I know that I've been deleted? It's all fun and games I don't need though, so I'm not really interested in the games. Yeah, in theory, Colin, you could do pinstripes now in rainbow, which might look quite cool. Like in neon, you could do like you could start at this end and work your way through, and change just do stages of different color neons, and you can have the pinstripes running through the whole car in a different color. And you could do that the other way around as well. I'm kind of excited to get this to. There is such an exciting bit of watching paint dry. Although technically I'm not actually watching, you're watching paint dry on the internet. How many people are you going to own up to that you've been sitting watching a live feed of somebody airbrush? And the answer is probably not many. That's a bit annoying. There's a little bit of stuff come out of the hairdryer and stuck to the rear brake light. This is what I cut while I was talking to everybody and wasn't really concentrating on. So it'd be interesting to see how bad I've done. Colin, it's always best to, if you found a way of doing it, then there is no wrong. Like I learned to do it pinstripes first, and I've done it for years like that, and this is the first time I've done it this way round. I can see benefits to both. I mean, I've lost my hairline, so the stress isn't an issue anymore. There's lots of bits of pickup from the picking out the pin, all the dried paint that's stuck to it, and it's sort of just flaked off. Have I missed any bits? Oh, the best bit is that I get to peel the overspray off, because this isn't for anybody. I remember I got a really thick ear from somebody, because they one of these jobs where you don't win, and you try and learn something from it, and I learned not to touch the pinstripe ever again. A happy incident. He was like, "Oh, you peeled the overspray off, and I used that to put the shell on." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, mate, easy." He was still moaning at me when I gave him a full refund because he wasn't happy with something. It was one thing after another. Started off as nice as pie, ended up being that 1 in 100 type. And I'm lucky to say I've only had 3 like that in the 5 years I've been doing this. But those 3 make you want to give up. So you've got to be a little bit resilient to it, and then just deal with the fact that you can't please everybody. We're into 5 hours. I do apologise. Is it really taking that long? Oh, it's just 1:15. Whoops. I'll speed this process up, don't worry. But this has been more of a test learner for me. I was genuinely excited for this today. Then got really, really stressed as I was running out of time. But I'll have to adjust my times in future. 1, if I actually have an audience, and 2, I've got to wait for the kids to be in bed. No, you're good as gold, Ashley. Whatever price I tell you, you send me double. It's brilliant. So I always overcharge you anyway, and then you send me more. It's wicked. Obviously, Ashley's a kind of friend of mine, so I rinse the shit out of it. He's helped me out massively, so I overcharge him. It's brilliant. As a design, I'm actually quite happy with that. I'm just making sure I've got as much of the stuff out of the points as I'm not used to it. This, as I said, used to it this way round. So I'm just making sure I've got as many points clean as possible. If I'd been concentrating, this would have been a little bit better. No, this has not been sold. It's not up for sale technically until I finished it. But nobody has asked that silly question yet. Let's see how the pinstripe goes before I start trying to flog it. Let's make sure the brush is nice and clean. Right, so this stuff we're now using I'm not allowed to show you the bottle top. Oh, it smells of old aniseed, not aniseed, pear drops. Oh, that smells amazing. I'm going to sleep well now. Oh, and when you go into a shoe repair shop and you can smell all the, oh, that smells wicked. Woohoo! Oh, blimey, that's got some fucking kick to it. Cool, cool. Jeez, that went fast. It's actually so thin, it's going through the gun and dripping out. Where the other guns would have sealed up. So the other paint would have not made it through. This is much more thin, much thinner. Well, that was knocking me sideways, that is. Whew. I don't want to put it on too thick, just in case it does something. I'm starting to see it now. cannot believe how strong that is. You still can't see it yet. That's really starting to. That's really. Ooh, woohoo! Damn, that's shiny. Damn, it smells as well. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna hold my breath now. They're starting to woohoo, woohoo. I don't think I still have these colours. A little bit. So that's so Gareth Hobson, because Hobson bought the Vanessa's colours off him. Do one slight more coat, and then I think I'll put the black on. I just got to double check what it says to do. But I'm going to use half a bottle just doing one shell. Doesn't it when I drop it? Wow, that eats the paint. Thank you, that was on nowhere important. Look what it did to it, look. So that's just a bit of white after. That was lucky. What happened was it poured out the cap again. Let's learn to finish and stop. But can I do a bit more? Oh, I've now learned what it does to the paint if you don't get on it. Right, so that's that done. That's just a case of just scratch back and repaint. Well, I can taste that now. Woohoo! Back it in black if I'm backing the whole shell black, otherwise leaving it unpacked gets it super shiny. But the light dusting just locks in the paint so it protects it slightly. Right, okay, so that makes sense. No, it has melted it, but that's just, I can fix that, that's not a problem. At least it didn't melt anything important. I'll just spray it with some white. There's a good way to know that it is actually pretty lethal. But yeah, that could have melted off the whole front grille. Because I built it up really slowly over a couple of layers, we saw how much I was using, it's not actually affected the rest of it. Well, I'm not going to go like that with it and try, but when it finally cures in a day or so, because I'm not going to rush it, it'll be interesting to see. Right, so I'll clean that out again and then put some black on it. Jesus. Anyway, it's a practice, so got to learn. Happy little accidents. What it was actually coming out the end of the gun, so I've obviously got my seals not tight enough. And where this stuff is so much thinner than everywhere else, the other paint I use, it just got through. And it just splashed out, and then made it 20 times worse. But it's fixed, so it's not a problem. Right, so the light dusting of black. So obviously I've gone a bit OTT on the amount of pinstripe I've put on this, so this is a bit over the top on these. But it's a good practice. Wow, that's shiny. Jeez. Yeah, I've got a couple of little bleeds. Damn, that's got some shine. What am I doing this for? I can just take the overspray off. Right, so who has found this useful? Me. Has anyone else? Can we have a roll call? Who's what? I don't know who's watching. My phone battery's about to die, so I've had to turn off my feed for Facebook, so I can't see how many numbers are watching. Can you say, have you found it fun, interesting, or not, or where you're watching from? I'd appreciate it massively. Cool, on Twitch. That's nice to know. I've got 2 people watching on Twitch. Less than 100. Very useful. Thank you, Brian. So that could be 99 then, yeah? Ah, I'm on. Cool. You're still up. Because you're obviously an hour ahead in South Africa. So I appreciate the staying up. Right. Shall I take the overspray off? You can see how shiny. Look at that. You can actually see the webcam in the shine. See, look, there's the webcam. How creepy is that? It disappears, and then it comes back again. That's proper mirror. Me like. It's a lot of work. I've never had a chrome that shiny. Peel it, peel it. You can see the webcam, look, in the... That's super shiny. Wow, that's got some pop to it. Oh yeah! Ooh, the pearl. See, I don't get to see this very often with the overspray off. That pearl's just popped massively. How much depth the pearl's got? You see, look at that. Boing, the points just that could cut you. That could. This is the longest peel reveal ever. Something deeply satisfying about pulling a bit of plastic off the body shell. I'd probably get more viewers if I said this. Look at that! Look, it looks like it's see-through, but it's not. That's the shine back. There isn't actually anything there because it's literally a mirror. I built it up so slowly and carefully. You can actually see the webcam back in the pearl and the chrome. Not so much in. See, there's that bit of purple, that bit of orange. I'm not impressed with. So you can just about make it out just in clear air. Well, it has, isn't it? I'm really quite pleased with that. I haven't got a card to keep this on, which is the annoying thing. It looks like it's not actually, sorry, I keep saying that, like it's not there, but it is, I promise. That's right, it's 2:15 on a Sunday morning. It's now for sale. Dunk. It'll probably be for sale for ages, but so I hope that was of use. I learned something, especially dropping it on the corner there. That would have been absolutely disastrous if that had been right through my headlight. I'd have cried. I don't like the way that sometimes the webcam distorts the curves. Yeah, 60 quid including local UK post. Never going to be rich. Might as well stop trying to be. I'm really pleased with that. That chrome takes my stuff to the next level, I think. Because you can start to dull things back off because you've got such a mirror chrome. You don't need such strong features because they start clashing with each other. So then it becomes a taste thing, and you actually have to sort. So the pearl at the back, that's still pretty trick because that's built up with the chrome and the black behind it as well. So that gives it a great depth. I'm super pleased with this. What I'll do is I'm going to take some nicer photos of it. I'll put it on my page, and then I'll put it on the paint page, the RC Paint Chat. If you're not a member of the RC Paint Chat, I would suggest you do, because I learned a lot of things through that page. Charlie, who runs it, top bloke, lives in America somewhere, never met him. He seems wicked. Well, that was easy, thank you. Oh, that's ruined all the fun now. Well, thank you, Christopher. I'll put you down as sold, and we'll talk more in the morning about spondoolies and stuff, and then we'll get some sort of post thing sorted out. So I will put your name on it. Obviously, I can't doodle on it because there's no overspray. I'm really pleased. I think that's wicked. That's not bad for me because normally I'm so bad at getting the colours, like choosing 2 or 3 different colours to match it. Do you know, right, I can, no, it's not Quicksilver Chrome, and I can't tell you what it is until, no, it's sold, Brian. I can't tell you what it is until I've agreed with the dude that's importing it, who's made it. And I'll be rinsing the what's-its out of it once I'm allowed to tell you what it is. But at the moment, I can't say what it is. So please don't ask me, because I'm crap at keeping secrets. So he asked me not to say anything until he's got it all finally sorted out, what he's doing and what quantity and what cost and stuff like that. But I will be telling you what to buy if you can cope with the smell, because it is pretty strong. Have you ever been into a Timpson's to have your shoes repaired? It's that sort of like chemical sort of tang to the back of it. It's like, whoo. I don't need a beer now, I'll tell you that much. But I'm going to go to bed and have some nice dreams. Yeah, don't worry. As soon as he lets me mention what it is and who it is, then I should be trying it, because I'm trying. I would say that this is very good. If you want a water-based chrome, then the Quicksilver Chrome is very, very good. But compare the Quicksilver Chrome to this. This is shit. And this is double the money. Well, I hope it is. But it's water-based, so it's a lot easier. I can do that process a lot faster than I can do this. So it means my work is going to have to be slower, but the quality is going to be, so up a little bit with the money, hopefully. I don't know, I get a bit of a cringe when I start asking for too much money, because it's a lot of money and it's just a body show and they're going to get smashed to pieces. Well, mine do. There's nothing worse than having a brand new one on and then someone smashing into you as well. That's even worse. Right, so thank you all very much for watching. I shall put some hopefully cool pictures up in a second, and then I'm off to bed because I've got to go around the park with my kids early. Right. Thank you very much. Basil. Find me on YouTube, please, and I don't know, subscribe or whatever the technical term is. And if you can find me on Twitch as well. So YouTube, I'm just called Basil Airbrush. And on Twitch, if you could find me and whatever you have to do for that as well, that would really, because my numbers are starting to get where I need them to be. So that's Basil_Airbrush. And that would really help me out if you could just, whatever the thing is. So there's a hard sell done. Right. Thank you very much for watching. Good evening, good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon.